Another car. It's actually really sad.
Well, Elon told me it's super over-engineered. He's like, the car's incredible. It's like one of the safest cars you could ever drive.
Well, I guess it's the last one I'll ever get. It's a bummer.
And sold to Carvana. Ugh.
What's wrong, John?
I set aside a week to sell my car, Clarence. They pick it up tomorrow and they...
Music?
Now that I have one of the last ones ever made, I honestly...
Optimus Prime robots, and they're going to be flooding the streets everywhere.
Yeah. I honestly think the Model X is one of the best cars ever made.
It's a phenomenal
love
car.
That thing.
It dances. Tiffany Haddish has one, and she was in the parking lot of the Comedy Store, and the wings go up, you know, and it starts dancing. It moves around. I'm like, this is crazy. Like, it actually moves to music.
Now that I have one of the last ones ever made, I honestly... Fuck, man. I really don't know. I don't want another car. It's actually really sad.
Well, Elon told me it's super over-engineered. He's like, the car's incredible. It's like one of the safest cars you could ever drive.
Well, I guess it's the last one I'll ever get. It's a bummer.
Everyone keeps asking me how I do my podcast alone. The answer, Riverside. I get high-quality podcast recordings right from my room. And I'm not even using...
So when you are explaining to these people that a car that's just a few years old is just as good as a car that's now, does anybody go, you're right? Or is it like a natural inclination? Like, is this just this thing that they want, a status symbol that's in their head that they need at 2026?
People are very defensive on the show. I can convince them of smaller things. Getting rid of a car in our culture is usually a big thing to overcome, but I'll see weeks later that they sat on it, they thought about it, then the video went uploaded and millions of people shit all over them in the comments, and they're like, okay, you know, maybe I should get rid of this car. So some people actually, many people do change their perspective on cars, but that's a hard one to overcome. Telling them to close a credit card, it's kind of easy. Car's a big one. I've told people to not get a house, and they're really close to getting a house. That's something they will not give up, because that's another obsession that we have in our country.
So would you say not get a house today because of interest rates?
Not just interest rates. The overall marketplace, S&P 500, it just beats real estate. Commercial real estate's good to get for tax advantages, but the American dream isn't owning a home anymore. It's the freedom of renting, because you can live wherever you want. You can move for a job like that. Getting a house, you're stuck in a house. It requires a massive amount of money for a down payment. And it's just a lack of flexibility in a generation and age where people want to be more flexible and travel and explore and take new jobs everywhere. But it also just doesn't make sense as an investment anymore. It doesn't. It used to be the defining trait of the middle class and one of the largest wealth creating things for the middle class. But now with the incredible stock market that we've had over the past 50 years or so, it beats it every time. If you rent and just put in your money into the stock market instead of that down payment on a house or the little extra for a mortgage, you'll win every time. And then you get stuck. Let's say you got the good interest rate. Everyone with the good interest rate is stuck right now because they're not willing to trade up for a house they actually want, but with a higher interest rate. So homes become like these people's prisons. You can buy a home. That's great. If you know you're going to stay somewhere and it's what you've ever always wanted, there's nothing wrong with doing it, but it is not that actually incredible financial thing that has defined America. That being said, Americans suck at investing. So if the only way for you to invest is put your money in a house that you literally cannot touch, maybe it makes sense. Because if instead you need to put an extra 20% of the market if you rent, but Americans just want to go spend that on a vacation, then maybe you're better off in a house because you need that forced investing.
Yeah. Well, a lot of people don't feel secure unless they own the home. They don't feel like settled. This is not really my place. I'm just renting it.
Yeah, which is true. But, I mean, I just tell them to fuck off. That's your feelings.
Yeah.
I mean, that is just their feelings.
Right.
Like, I don't know. Math is math in the end. Like, I own, but that's because it was very affordable for me. It made sense for me. But it doesn't have to for everyone.
Right.
And that's okay. In renting, you don't have to do maintenance. You don't have to get a new roof. You don't have to, deal with the AC going out and all this stuff. If you're renting for, especially even like larger corporations, they're actually even better to rent for than a mom and pa because they'll have someone on standby that'll fix your shit overnight. Or a mom and pa landlord, it kind of sucks. It might take a couple weeks.
Right, if they're not good.
Yeah.
What do you think when you're talking to these young people that are talking about their future? What do you think about what's happening with AI and the potential for AI to displace jobs? And these people that are investing their future and going to school and getting this job that might not even exist.
Yeah, totally fair. It's a big fear. So I'm going to start this part by saying I don't 100% want to listen to anyone that says they know what's going to happen. Because there's the doom and glooms that says everyone's job's going to go away. And then there's those that say it's going to create a shit ton of new jobs. I don't listen to any of them. No one knows what's on the other side of the hill of AI. But we do know AI is coming. So there is the best things to prepare for it. Trades, very smart. They've been smart for a while, but they're very smart with AI because it's probably not coming for an electrician job. Probably not. Degrees, in general, what degree you get in school has been one of the largest and most consequential decisions that people have been messing up for the past few years. And it's actually one of the leading causes for that gender wealth divide that is always talked about. When compared for the same job, same person, same experience, which is never compared in that study, it's actually 99%, very similar. But what we see oftentimes, and I feel bad for the women my age with this, is statistically they've gone and got lower paying degrees, and now degrees that are very susceptible to AI, which is going to be very damaging for a large group of people that are going to push them to become even more radical. But women have gone and borrowed a lot more money for degrees that provide a lot less return on investment, like sociology, psychology, the arts, things like that, where you can't maybe even get a job. You're going to be a barista, or if you are going to get a job, it's usually a lower paying job, where men have gone, we've fallen this thing in our society where men have always tried to go to that higher income side and give up a job they like for it. So they'll go into engineering, the maths, the sciences, even if they don't like it, or the trades, very labor intensive. And even though AI, they're susceptible to some things in tech there, it's always been higher paying, and that's what's made that gender wealth gap so heavy. That and then women post-birth is the second highest leading cause. But when it comes to AI, people are already making the mistakes in the degrees they've been getting over the last 10 years, and now this is just going to accelerate that even further. When it comes to data entry jobs, things that are super easy, even unfortunately, who knows if we'll allow it for therapists, but it's getting there pretty quick. People are willing to trust AI way more than we thought.
Yeah.
In these psychology degrees and whatnot, writing degrees, things that unfortunately that large sector has gotten, they're much more susceptible to AI, and I think it's going to lead to a lot more political radicalization, and that's what scares me more than anything. Was it the UN? A reputable source said 40% of global jobs are susceptible to being replaced by AI. Now, the more developed countries were a little better. It's a little easier, but we're talking about those that are doing like customer service jobs in India and things like that. They're going to be damaged heavily. We're going to be a little better in Europe, in the United States, in Canada, Australia, but it's scary. And people need to prepare themselves by trying to borrow the least amount possible when they get their degree. Go to community college if they can, and go into something that's more AI resistant. Which to me is, again, things like trades, things that need that extra creative edge where AI doesn't seem to be able to get there yet. Maybe it'll be able to at some point. Right now, they're really good at going through numbers and stuff. But that true creative edge, actually coming up with something new, that's what I think people should be going towards in college right now.
Yeah, I completely agree. Hold that thought. I have to take a leak. We'll be right back.
You're good.
So one question that I have for you is, because you got a degree that's not really a good degree financially.
I dropped out.
Yeah, well,
but close.
But going to school for something that's not viable financially. Why do you think, in particularly women, why do you think so many of them get these degrees in sociology, get these degrees in gender studies, get these degrees in things where you're just not going to be able to make a living in what you're going to school for?
Yeah, I think you can do a lot of good in a lot of them. So if you're doing social work like that, nursing actually does pretty well, but in that a lower paid part of medical, you're doing a lot of good. We spent a lot of decades trying to really fix the percentage of college. We were having like men. It was only men going to college. And we put a lot of effort into women going to college a bit more to catch up, which is fair. That was good. I am for that. But once they got there, why they're doing it, it's harder to say, but they definitely do more gravitate as a cohort towards those lower paying degrees like psychology and whatnot. And I don't know, men just go to the higher paying degrees. I don't know if it's just something in our culture where men feel like they need to be a breadwinner or whatnot.
Yeah, that's what I'm wondering, if that's what it is, the need to be a provider and the thinking like these low paying jobs are not going to be able to give me any money.
Yeah.
How am I going to provide? How am I going to have a family? How am I going to pay the bills?
Yeah,
whereas
but now men are starting to kind of fall off that platform, though.
Yeah.
I don't know if you've been watching the trends, but now it's closer to like 65% of new degree holders are women, and men are just not going to college anymore. Some of them are,
65%, really?
It's pretty crazy. It's like 60 or 65%.
Wow.
It's getting pretty intense, and
well, what are men doing instead?
there's a lot of losers. There are a lot of losers. Where they're not getting any education, they're not looking for any kind of job, they're not even collecting unemployment. They're literally just sitting on their ass. That is a big cohort of people right now.
What do you think what's causing that?
There is a lot of the red pill victim mentality. I don't know if I want to fully enable it, but I mean, maybe there's some justification a little bit, but they think that everything's against them. They think that DEI specifically was preventing them from going to work or preventing them from going to school, that schools politically captured. There's a survey done that of people that were choosing not to go to college. 30% said that it's because, 30 or 40% said it was because college was becoming too politically captured. So there is that. Then they don't have jobs, they don't have skills. They don't have experience, so it's harder to get a job. It's easier to just kind of sit at mom's home, play video games, do drugs.
Jesus, that's bleak.
It's bleak. And the gender wars are horrendous right now. I don't know if you see any of it online, but the gender wars are horrible.
The gender wars.
Oh,
meaning,
yeah. Young women just being so anti-men and young men being so anti-women and cheering against each other. It's horrible. It is horrible.
Like uniquely new? Like this is
much more than ever before.
What do you think is causing that?
A lot of it started 2016 election. A lot of women got very angry that Trump was elected, and they followed something that happened in South Korea as well, where the women said, no men, no dating, no sex. There was a term for it, but they cut off everything. And there was a little bit of that movement after the 2016 election here in the United States as well. It didn't gain as much traction, but this is very divisive. And it goes back to the algorithm that we were talking about earlier as well. A lot of people get put in those echo chambers where, you need to have a villain, and the men are the villain or the women are the villain. The women are the reason men aren't doing well. The men are the reason women aren't doing well. The men have been holding us back forever. They've been, keeping us in the kitchen and everything like that.
The 4B movement.
Yes.
Women boycotting men. Anti-men movement. 4B movement is a radical feminist rebellion that emerged around 2015. It's named after 4 Korean terms, starting with BI, meaning no. Bihon, no heterosexual marriage. Bicholsen, no childbirth. Biyone, no dating men. Bisekyu, no sexual relations with men. Okay.
Day in the life of a small PT studio owner. Top of my to-do list is check the candidates from our premium sponsored job post on Indeed.
Participants argued this is not about misandry, but rather a drastic method to opt out of an intensely patriarchal society and protect themselves from gender-based violence, such as digital sex crimes, spy cams, and workplace discrimination.
So it picked up some pretty big steam here in the United States after 2016 as well.
But I gotta think that everyone who's saying no dating men and no sexual relationships with men isn't attractive.
Probably not.
Yeah.
But sexlessness among young people is so high compared to any other generation right now.
Very high virgin rate, which is really odd. We're finding a lot of and a lot of them identify as Christian, and that's the reason why they're saying, or Catholic. This is the reason why they're saying they're virgin. And I'm like, what's happening? You don't get horny? What are you doing?
It's interesting.
You don't like people?
I've had a lot of people on my show say they want to have sex but can't have sex. So I guess they haven't used that cope, the religious cope, but I don't know. But that's another example of the radicalization. So they blame each other. Like, okay, Trump got elected. Many of the women in this country that lean to the left didn't like it, so they got very upset. They blame the men for electing him. Men blame women. DEI policies, which, there are things to complain about. I do get it, like on both sides probably, but they've just gone so extreme. So there's a gender war right now where it's just trying to nuke the other side. And
does this spill over into real life as much, or is this a lot of people that spend way too much time on the internet already?
Definitely more that than anything.
Yeah.
Definitely more that. But the unfortunate real life consequences lead to that loneliness online, because the real life consequence is that people are staying inside and on screens and more lonely than ever. So that's the real life impact. They're not going out and talking about the 4B movement on the corner of the street, but instead of going out like they used to and having more friends, they're sitting inside and complaining about it on Reddit. So that is the real life consequences. It becomes online.
Yeah. It's just so strange that these people don't recognize that you have a finite time to exist, and you're spending all your time captured in these fucking stupid echo chambers.
Feels good to be a victim though, because everyone online that is in your little ecosystem, they give you the thumbs up. They make you feel reassured. Feels
and
good.
Complaining is exciting. People do love to complain.
Yeah.
It excites you. It gets you going.
Whether this is accurate, I think this gives a little insight into the Korean 4B movement. This is a post on Reddit from 2 years ago, but this paragraph here is...
Oh, about Korea?
Yeah.
Yeah, so we're talking about a country where a woman's career can be jeopardized for something as innocuous as wearing a T-shirt that reads, "Girls don't need a prince," or for liking a Women's March post on Twitter, even if it was 7 years ago. I'm not exaggerating. Incidents like this have occurred, and as recently as last year, we're talking about literal termination of a contract due to a heart made on a post regarding women's safety issues on Twitter dating back to 7 or more years ago due to incel gamers throwing a fit. So they have an incel problem in Korea, too. A lot of, and also low replacement rate. Like
worst in the world, yeah.
Korea is really bad. Is it the worst? It's worse
in the world.
Than
Cultural
Japan?
collapse within a few decades, yeah. By the end of the century.
Oy.
Yeah, South Korea is done. But no, it's true. And like I said, like there are valid logics to it. I'm not saying like everyone's just doing it inherently to be evil.
Right.
But if your outcome is to become radicalized into something like the 4B movement, no one should be fired for wearing a dress or liking a post.
Right.
You know?
It's crazy.
But to become radicalized and start this thing where it divides the genders, because we have more political division in in the Gen Z gender than any other generation, more religious division. It's crazy. And to fuel that, because things have been not perfect.
So when you say political division, is it that young men are going to the right and young women are going to the left? Is that what it is?
Yeah, when they've done tracking and polling of post-election results and how people have voted, age groups and gender groups, they've seen that men have moved to the right a little bit, but women dramatically since 2016 have moved to the pretty far left. Young women, not millennial or Gen X or boomer women especially, but Gen Z women have moved very far to the left.
I wonder what changes, if anything, in that when women have children. Because one of the things that I found is that my friends who wound up having children, my female friends, they almost all started moving to the right. They almost started all recognizing that there's like real safety issues, there's real crime issues. They're wondering where their tax money goes. Yeah. They see corruption and fraud, things that they never really talked about at all when they were single and didn't have a child. But as soon as they get married, as soon as they have children, then they start going, hey, fuck this place. You know, they like so many of them wound up moving out of L.A. right after they had children. And so many of them started moving into a different sort of ideology.
But people have to get married and have kids for that to happen. And we just hit our lowest birth rate in the United States.
Is it the lowest ever replacement rate?
Yeah, if I'm not mistaken, yeah. It was before, the last time we had actual replacement rate was before the Great Recession. And ever since then, this has gone off a cliff.
That's why we need immigrants.
Well, I mean, actually, yes.
Well,
we do need some immigration.
Of course.
Because we need a growing population, because you don't want to be like South Korea. Or Japan.
Right.
You can't have a collapsing population because you use the argument, not you, but people could use the argument they'll destroy our culture if we let in all these immigrants. And yes, of course that would happen if you just let anyone in no matter what, uncontrolled. Sure. But South Korea is also going to lose their culture because their population will not exist by the end of the century. So there's multiple ways to lose a culture, but I'm a big proponent of selective, high-skilled, good proportional immigration. And I think, honestly, that's the more bipartisan issue. That's where, like, Bill Clinton was in the 90s and whatnot. Yeah. So I think that's fair. Open borders is fucking crazy. I don't know what was going on. I didn't even realize what was going on.
It's nuts. I have friends that were down there. They went to the border and they said, you have to come to understand it. You have to see it. It's fucking insane. Like, you see the numbers of people coming across, like, how is this real?
Yeah.
And they just... no vetting, right into the country. Whee!
Yeah. So I'm on an economic issue because I always go back to economics. I don't get as fired up about the social stuff, but I do like some kind of immigration for sure. Some people are like completely anti-immigration, but I like some kind of immigration because we do need a growing job pool, specifically to maintaining the economy so that people my age can retire. If the dependency ratio of every person not working for every working person is getting close to 1-for-1 in South Korea. In the United States, when we implemented Social Security, it was closer to like 60-to-1. Now, the United States is like, it's like 5 or 10-to-1. It's going in the wrong direction. And if for every one working person, you have one person not working, the whole system breaks. And that's what we're starting to see in places like South Korea. So we can't become that. So if people aren't fucking, if people aren't making babies, you got to bring some people in, but selective, high skilled. What gets scary is if you start fucking up an economy enough with really bad policies, you get brain drain and then immigration. So you see what happens in Italy, Spain, the United Kingdom.
Brain drain.
Yeah, educated people. They're born there typically, or they even emigrate there, and they become very educated. They're the ones that are going to contribute to the tax base, create jobs, do higher skilled jobs, great doctors, everything like that. But they look around them, the economic policies have failed, so they come to the United States. And then there's only the immigrants that have come in that aren't able to replace that brain because they come from somewhere where no fault of their own is just less educated. So they aren't able to contribute to that tax base. We're actually starting to see something similar in LA right now with the wealth flight and brain drain. Though the net migration in LA is not looking the absolute worst, people that were contributing there, moving away and providing to the tax base versus people that are coming in and aren't being true net contributors is becoming horrendous. And they're looking at like $1 billion deficit coming up pretty soon for the city of LA. It becomes very scary. So that's why I rail against performative policies, because I don't want to end up like a place like the UK, where it would rank 51st out of all 50 states, by the way, in terms of GDP per capita, which is absolutely crazy, worse than Mississippi. You know, and then if you're having immigration while that's happening, all you have left is just that, and all your high-skilled people went somewhere else. Same thing's happening in Canada. They become educated in Canada, and they go down to Silicon Valley for a high-paying job because they don't pay as well in Canada. But if we start reversing that with bad policies, you start looking a little more like LA, and their budget's not looking really good.
It's interesting how pragmatic financial discussions are problematic. Like, people don't like it, and they look at it and like, you're not talking really even about politics. You're just talking about pragmatic decisions in terms of like how do you invest your money, how to save your money, how to do that. That becomes right wing.
Oh yeah.
That becomes somehow or another cruel. It's like categorized in that way as heartless.
Yeah, people will clip that last moment and say I'm anti-immigrants. Like, that's gonna happen.
Yeah.
But it's not. It's this literal economic theory that we're seeing in the real world right now that's tracked and trackable. The Labour Party acknowledges, the left-wing Labour Party in the United Kingdom acknowledges the wealth flight and brain drain. This isn't a right-wing position. This is just reality.
It's interesting, though, that people, like, in general, don't think of it that way. People in general think of it like someone who discusses finances, someone who's like very financially astute, gives pragmatic advice. That's a conservative person. That's a bad person.
They do think so. They say
weird.
I'm right-wing coded. It's something I
Coded.
see a lot. Right-wing coded, or my vibe is off.
Oh. Well,
because personal responsibility.
yeah. But what do you think? Why do you think personal responsibility is thought of that way? Is it because people cherish this idea that they're a victim and they hold on to it, that's a part of their identity? And if you challenge that and say, no, some of this is your fault, then you're being cruel, you're a sociopath, you're a fascist.
There's a large group of people that want people like me or Dave Ramsey to just give them a hug and then complain about the systemic issues that got them there in the first place.
Right.
You can vote. That's great. Go vote for a policy change. Wonderful. But you do have a little bit of agency. And I'm not going to talk to you about what policy you should vote for, because that's going to require millions of people to overdo a system that you don't like. What you do have control on right now is whether or not you swipe the card somewhere, whether or not you get a high interest rate credit card or get a bullshit degree from a private institution out of state. You have those controls right now. And they don't like that. One of the biggest complaints that people like me and Dave Ramsey get is, why aren't you talking about the system that got you there? But that's not the conversation. It isn't. It's a one-on-one personal financial conversation. Let those people fix their lives. Budget. That's why I made a budgeting app, DollarWise, by the way, is for that kind of thing.
What is that?
I made a budgeting app called DollarWise with my team.
It's called DollarWise?
DollarWise, yeah.
Okay.
So the average person can actually budget and take some personal responsibility instead of just falling on the victim mindset.
So this app, what do? You put in your income, you put in your bills.
Yeah. It's that automatic account connections through multiple different services. So you get your accounts connected and you get to immediate insights that show where your money's going, what you can do to actually improve your life, and the steps you need to take. It fully guides you in that process.
So were you motivated to do this just based on these conversations you've had with people that don't know what the fuck to do?
That and to make a shit ton of money. But both have worked pretty well. But yes,
Which is funny. You're making a shit ton of money by people that can't figure out how to save money.
Yeah, but if they make more money because they save money and I make more money, that's capitalism.
It's a value.
Yeah, exactly.
You're providing a value.
No, I mean, that's the point. Like, I used, did you ever use Mint?
No.
You remember Mint? Okay, so it was a big budgeting app a long time ago. But for some reason, the service that bought it shut it down. And that's what everyone was using. But even then, I remember stopped using it. Like many people, most people fall off of budgeting apps because they're just burdensome. It takes a long time to figure out the systems, and they're just over-engineered for the personal finance nerd that loves every little detail. So the average person doesn't do it. So we just built something simple that just shows people immediately where their money's going and what they need to do to change. So that's what we focused on when we, engineered this thing.
And so when you're having all these conversations with all these different people that have like these terrible budgets, doing a terrible job of taking care of themselves, do you ever get this feeling like that you're not helping? Like this is like an insurmountable problem. You're sticking your finger in a dam and there's a fucking million leaks and this is not going to work?
To a certain extent, yes. Luckily in the United States, we have some tools that help. So if someone's in that situation where the dam's about to burst, everything's about to just blow up, they can go through bankruptcy. But bankruptcy does not make sense, and this is what a lot of people mess up. Bankruptcy doesn't make sense unless you actually change the behavior that got you there in the first place. Because we've had people that have come on my show that have been through bankruptcy twice, and now we're there again. It makes no sense. You can get rid of the dam. You can get rid of it by bankruptcy, but you're going to build up that thing to explode again if you don't actually fix the behavior. So people take shortcuts through credit card consolidation, debt consolidation, personal loans, all that good stuff. Those are good tools. But if people don't actually fix their behavior first, they're going to fuck it up. Yeah. So Dave Ramsey is vehemently against debt consolidation for a reason that is fair. I don't like being anti-something 100% because personal finances is personal, but this is his argument, and it's kind of fair. You build up this much in credit card debt from here to here, and then you can consolidate it into this new debt. So this is one new debt that consolidated this down to zero. But now what happens is the credit card limit is still all the way up there. So people now have this debt, and then without changing their behavior, they build the credit cards back to here. So now you have double the debt. That's the issue with debt consolidations and not changing the behavior. So his philosophy is correct. But what we try to teach people on my show is that change the behavior that got you in that first stack in the first place. And if you can prove that you can follow a budget for a few months, then you can take that shortcut by consolidating and then probably just close those cards so you can't use them. But then the same thing applies for bankruptcy. So that's why our show's simple stuff. You just fix the spending, you get it under control, you live in even Elizabeth Warren's 50-30-20. She's the one that pioneered 50-30-20, which is 50% on needs, 30% on wants, 20% on savings. That's Elizabeth Warren's rule, and she's relatively correct on that. Doesn't apply to everywhere like LA, New York, of course, but if you can follow that and prove you do it for a few months, then you can go through bankruptcy. You can use a personal loan, and that solves the damn issue. It solves the bigger issue.
Yeah, the changing your behavior thing is very hard for people.
It is.
And it's also very hard for people when that spending of the money is the only reward you get for a job you hate.
Yeah, it is. And I'm the one talking to them, and I'm a fat fuck. So, like, I get it. Like, I haven't, fully taken control of my health behaviors and eating behaviors. So I know that it's hard to fix it. But oftentimes the people on my show, I've been in the exact same situation. I was when I was 20, 21, and I've seen what it's like on the other side. Just like many people in your position have seen what it's like on the health on the other side. You know how good it is, so you want other people to do it. And since I've been through that personal finance side and gone through the work, I can at least help hold people's hands and show them what it's like to go to the other side of that tunnel, to put in the work, the temporary sacrifice of a few years, and really live the rest of your life in such a better way.
Have you heard about pop-on siding? We need 50 homeowners in your area to trial this radically simple new siding service. Get this, at no cost to try. This service is part of a program they're running to connect homeowners with professional pop-on siding technicians in your area. Pop-on siding is the latest innovation in home exteriors. It is beautiful and so easy to install. They don't even have to tear off your old exterior. They can just pop these panels on in a day, right over the top. It's so fast and easy. Go ahead and sign up. It won't cost you anything. There's no risk, no...
Yeah, it's just changing behavior requires a change in perspective, and it requires something. And for some people, they have to hit rock bottom, or they have to have some, they have a birth of a child, like something rocks them into reality, and they go, whatever the fuck I'm doing right now, it's not the right path. But it's just so hard for people when they're playing this blame game. And they're looking at successful, wealthy people as being the problem. We'll get Jeff Bezos and his fucking yacht. Like, that has nothing to do with you.
Yeah.
It's not why you're broke. And you should look at him and go, how the fuck did he do that? How can I do that? I want a yacht. Fuck it. Let's go. But no one's doing that. They're instead deciding that they're a victim, deciding that the game is rigged, deciding that there's a cap on their ability. Meanwhile, this is, if there's any place on earth where you have the ability to rise from the bottom to the top, this is it. This is the spot. There's no place better. You could say it's not fair, but what does that mean? It's possible. Like, you could do it. People have done it. You just have to figure it out. And, like, you have to spend less time playing video games, less time smoking weed, less time doing nonsense, and more time plotting your fucking future. Yeah. Figure out what it is. I think there's also a problem in a lot of people have something that they really want to do that they're not doing, and they're not pursuing that. And so then they're even more bitter because they're spending time doing this job that they hate, which sucks. They think it's taking away from their ability to do this other thing, which sucks. And then they come up with all sorts of rationalizations for why they're not doing it.
Yeah. No, but what you said is 100% correct, but let me phrase it back.
Yeah.
It's not fair. The world isn't fair. Now what?
Right. It is what it is.
Like, it is. Okay, so accept that. Are you going to sit on it and cry? Like, that's the only option, right? It's that or do something.
Well, you're denying people's feelings, Caleb.
I am.
You're denying people's feelings, and that's very right-coded.
Yeah.
That is, right? That's the argument, isn't it?
It is. It is. Like, I don't know, man.
Right-coded is fun.
If people if they're getting the bullshit degree and they borrowed a shit ton of money for it, that's not my fault. I didn't do that.
Yeah.
The system, Bezos didn't do that either. They say, well, sociology and stuff should pay more. Okay, the market's determined it didn't. So now what? You still get to choose what you do, what business you start. You might fail 1,000 times, but you have so much more agency than people right now are willing to accept. And that's all I really care about telling people in the end. That's all. You have agency. Take some personal responsibility. You are not the disabled person that actually does not have agency.
Right.
Because there are people that don't.
Right.
You're not that.
Right. Yeah, it's so important to say. And I think, as much as it's probably frustrating, when I brought it up that you're putting your finger in this dam and there's 100 holes, I really do think that you have a positive impact. Because I really do think there's a lot of people, you get millions of views. There's a lot of people that are watching these conversations and it resonates. And they go, this is me. He's talking to me and he's right. Fuck. What do I do? And at least it puts them in this mindset that a change needs to take place.
Yeah, exactly.
And then you give them tools. You give them, like, you explain to them what the steps that they can take. And that's the fucking crazy thing is they're not getting this from school. School's not teaching you how to organize your future, which is fucking a critical skill, a critical piece of knowledge, like having a path that you can actually follow.
I think it's a lot of the time it's the student counselors there, because I remember being in high school, and the student counselor, I met with her once a year, and the only conversation is, what do you want to study in college? That was it. That's all they cared about. Right. And it's fair for most people. College does still have like a 60% premium on those without a degree on average. But that's the only conversation, and it is becoming less and less valuable as every year goes on. And if that's all school cares about, they don't care to even show you how to, full admission here, and I'm going to look like the most beta pussy in the world, but I don't know how to do a fucking oil change. I don't. Why didn't school teach me that? Why? Why wasn't there any life skills? Now, I have the personal responsibility. I can go teach myself that right now, but I have a Tesla, so I don't need to. But why wasn't there anything about actual life? The only thing there was to do was go to college, nothing else. That was the only conversation.
When I went to high school, we had auto shop.
Yeah.
So I did learn.
I think they got rid of it the year before I went.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, my God. When I went to high school, I went to Newton South High School. And there was this guy who ran the auto shop that was a Mustang enthusiast. That's what he loved, old Mustangs. And he would, like, fix them. And he would take his cars and teach kids how to fix his old Mustangs. He had, like, 1960s, early 60s, like 65, 66. He liked the small Mustangs. He was a fucking very interesting guy. And he would explain to you, like, how spark plugs work. Like, this is your carburetor. This is why it's jammed. This is, this is how the internal combustion engine works. He would explain it to you. He'd, like, teach you things. Teach you, like, general maintenance stuff on cars. And it was very valuable. Teach you how to jack up a car, to like how to do it safely. Where's the jacking point? Where's the lift points on the bottom of a frame?
Yeah, and home ec classes too.
Yeah.
Used to be a big thing.
Teach you how to cook.
It's falling away. And now, of course, now that we don't teach people how to cook, they're complaining about not eating out.
So disappearance of traditional shop classes did not happen overnight. It happened in distinct phases. 70s and 80s budget cuts. Major tax revolts, such as California's Proposition 13 in 1978, decimated public school budgets because maintaining workshops, buying heavy machinery, and securing liability insurance were expensive. Shop programs became easy targets for elimination. 1990s college prep push. High schools shifted their focus to standardized testing and 4-year university preparation, marginalizing vocational training, which meanwhile, which is really crazy, what you were saying earlier today, or earlier on the show was very important, is like trades might be the only secure pathway. Becoming a carpenter, becoming an electrician, heating and ventilation. Like, people are going to have those systems installed and maintained, and we're going to need people for that. Like, that's a job. You start your own HVAC company, like, you can make some real fucking money.
Oh, yeah. Absolutely. And even things like apprenticeships. If you get an apprenticeship, you have a 90% chance of being retained to a full-time position. Get into apprenticeships.
Yeah.
Like, I know I'm just like a little fat dude with some soft hands, but it's okay to do, those are good jobs. They're good paying jobs. They're good career position jobs.
They are. And if you want a good job, and it's like, there's a weird thing with degrees. Like, degrees means your value as an intellect, as a person who can think. You're a smart person. You went to school and you got a degree. But if you have a degree and you're fucking poor, and you know what I'm saying, and you're depressed, and this guy is a tradesman, and he's wealthy, and he's making money, people with degrees still will look down at this. Oh, he's a plumber? Well, the fuck does he know about how this country works? Like,
and I'm sorry, some of the wealthiest people in our country that have built the largest companies are college dropouts.
It's true.
Like,
Bill Gates.
I can't just fully respect the college degree only, especially when you can get the most bullshit degrees now, and especially where the average GPA and passing tests have gone substantially higher because our standards are so much lower in universities now. It's pathetic. It's becoming harder and harder to respect a degree. There's good degrees. There really are, but it's getting harder and harder to just respect it as a blanket statement.
No, you're absolutely making sense. And it's also, education is so readily available. If you want to educate yourself, there's for just YouTube alone, you could kind of learn anything. You can learn anything about anything. And if you're really interested in actually doing the work and actually trying to absorb the information, you can get a high-quality education without ever stepping into a university.
Yeah.
Just with audiobooks, just with YouTube, there's so much knowledge, much more than any other time in human history. So the idea that the only way to get an education is to go to these socially captured, these politically captured environments and be force-fed this indoctrination of horseshit by communists who have never had a real job, and also be in debt an insane amount of money because you're spending more money for that education than you're going to spend on anything else when you're fucking 18 years old. There's nothing even remotely close to a year in a university degree unless you're buying a new car every year. Like, what the fuck are you spending that kind of, like, how much, like, What's Harvard a year right now? How much per year is Harvard? What is it, 50, 60?
I don't know.
Way more than that?
Man, that depends if you're in state and out of state too, but I don't think it's a state school.
Plus, student loan balances people borrow on average ranges from $25,000 to $40,000 for just an 18-year-old to sign away.
Nuts.
Well, through their 4-year degree. It's crazy.
It's crazy.
And it's all administrative bloat now, too.
Yeah.
It's not even going to anything.
It's also subsidized. Like, the whole thing is gross.
62 for undergrad.
$62,000 a year. What else are you spending $62,000 a year on?
That's
now
without,
imagine, what's that, Jimmy?
It's without fees.
Including housing, health fees, and student services.
I'll tell you.
80,
for sure.
Oh, including housing, health fees, and student services, coming to approximately $86,000 to $95,000 before financial aid. So, with housing, health fees, and human services, it could get to $95,000 a year. That's fucking crazy. And if you go through that and you get a degree in gender studies,
Yes.
that's wild.
Now, for a fact, there's a $62,000 car out there, but for a fact, they will not lend that car amount to an 18-year-old. I don't know why they would do it for a college degree.
So
It is
article
kinda
from
nuts.
the New York Times, 1983, about it's titled 1980s Grads, Baby Boom to Job Bust. But this sounds a lot like right now, but it doesn't mention anything about debt or AI.
Yeah. So more than 900,000 of them in the 1980s have discovered that they must put aside college daydreams and settle for jobs that do not require a degree if they want to work at all. So this was when?
1983.
Whoa.
Yeah, they're all going in for jobs, and none of the jobs that they want are available. So they're
Yeah.
gonna have to,
They're getting
Look
bullshit
at, go back to that.
degrees.
It says, the Federal Bureau of Labor Statistics has long predicted that the number of college graduates would exceed the number of technical, managerial, and professional jobs available to them, a result in part of a decade-and-a-half-long influx of well-educated baby boom generation into the labor market.
Stop calling me. You sound like a psycho, I swear to God.
I'm calling you to let you know that we're going to pay off every loan you have. Like, it's little.
The problem is, like, young kids, if you ask kids, the vast majority of them, what they want to do, I think, I know this is in California, it was like overwhelmingly they wanted to be famous.
Yeah. I mean, we're in the world of influencers. It makes sense. Everyone's trying to be a TikToker.
Well, everyone's also wanting to do what you're doing.
Yeah.
You're an entertainer now. You're giving financial advice, but you're also an entertainer.
Yeah, it's very cool, and I wish everyone could do it. Most of us aren't lucky. I got lucky. I don't know. I mean, this is not a realistic thing, right? We got to be realistic.
But what does that mean? If someone can do it, you can do it. It's the numbers aren't good in terms of like the amount of people that are going to make it, but what are those factors that are keeping people from figuring out how to do it?
Well, you know what though? I wasn't fucking retarded about it. I had a full-time job, and I only allowed myself to go full-time on this thing once I proved I had enough income to replace it for a few months consistent. Most people, they're like, let me just quit my job, borrow some money, and start recording some videos. Like, you're a moron. You're gonna fail at that.
Yeah.
I was strategic. If I didn't work, or if this didn't work for me, I would still have that job because I didn't quit that job.
What were you doing?
I was a product manager at a tech company.
Did you hate it?
Kind of. Actually, yeah, that's why I started applying for other jobs, and a YouTuber almost hired me. Then he didn't, so I did it myself. That was kind of the path. So it was
So
pretty
what
boring.
was the job that you were going to get hired for, the YouTuber?
Do you know Tyler Oliveira?
No.
Oh, you've probably seen his clips. He runs around and like records like, oh, look at all these Indians in Frisco, that kind of stuff.
Okay.
Either way, I was going to be like a production manager for him. Good guy, but I just didn't get the job. So, yeah, but I wanted to be a
So
YouTuber.
you decided I'm going to just go and do it myself.
Yeah, I just recorded ordered a bunch of equipment and set up something and started recording financial audit. Because it was a show I wanted to see, but it didn't exist yet, so I decided to make it myself.
Really? So no background at all in entertainment? Nothing?
No, I was like making stuff, like making music. That's why I went to college, making YouTube videos with friends in high school, but...
In an ideal world, would you be making music?
No, I'm way richer than
But is that what
those
you
people.
like better than the actual music itself?
No, this is so much more fun because it impacts more people's lives. It really does. Like, that's fucking cool. I mean, there's a lot of YouTubers, but being able to leave a legacy and actually say that you've helped tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of people actually fix their lives, that's actually something special.
Yeah.
That's something special that not a lot of people get to say. So I don't want to give that up.
That is cool. But do you still do music at all?
Not really. It was like concert band composition. And I'll be honest, I don't think they would let me into the world because I'm right-wing coded. And it sounds like a joke, but it's actually real. Like if you go on the music side of Facebook where they all are different band directors and different things like that, they're all very, very woke, which is cool. I'm down to hang out with them, grab a beer with them, but they kick you out.
Wow.
Yeah, it's pretty toxic. But no, I mean, for fun, I write a little on the side, but my passion is this thing.
Do you perform music or you just write it?
I used to play trombone, but it was mostly writing it. That was the passion. But my passion is building my business now. I have 40 people that work for me here in Austin. It's really cool.
You have 40 employees?
Yeah, we're doing a lot of different things. We have over 100,000 people to our paid membership on YouTube. So that's an entire business on its own. It's crazy huge.
So what is the paid membership? What's the difference between the paid membership and the free membership?
It's $10 a month, and they get access to, we put on 3 premium shows that me and my production staff make daily. So we have a whole almost like network for them to consume behind the paywall.
And what are these shows about?
It's a variety of things. It's breaking down financial audit episodes. We have a show called Fat and Fatter where me and one of my talent people or whatever, we test food from different restaurants and rank them based on finances. They're all finance-based shows. So there's just these really cool, fun things that engage with the community, and they love supporting it. So almost 110,000 people a month subscribe to that, which is really cool.
That's amazing.
Yeah, and then the budgeting app DollarWise that we're building, financial audit, and then we have these personal services on our own website as well, so people can apply for personal loans and things like that. So we're trying to really scale something, and that's much more of a passion than writing music ever was. So it's much more fun.
That's very interesting. So you're doing that. You got the DollarWise app. You have this YouTube thing where people can subscribe. So, but you seem like you've got some plans to build out and to take this even further.
Oh, yeah. We want to scale this budgeting app like a lot. We want to really make it one of the top dogs out there and really provide a value that isn't being met in the marketplace. I'd love to build up some other YouTubers at some point. We have figured out the algorithm. We figured out what people like, and I want to help other people that want to create different finance content, because finance content is boring, like you said.
Yeah.
And we found a way to make it interesting and entertaining. I'd love to help some other people launch their stuff. And then like the personal financial tools, similar to like what Ramsey has, Dave Ramsey, they connect people with mortgages and stuff. We want to make sure we can provide that, but in a way that isn't so limited and stringent to a strict ideology. So there's a lot in the market that's not being met that I really want to build out.
And for young people, like to have a resource like that where there's someone who doesn't have a boring, stale sort of perspective that could teach you how to budget yourself and how to like take your money and invest it. And then I'm sure there's a ton of online platforms that show you how to cook. That can show you how to shop, how you can save money by going to a grocery store and what's cost effective and getting your nutrition in, but also saving some money.
Yeah. What's the question? I'm sorry.
No, it's it's a beautiful time for young people if they access these things. I'm just saying that like for young people that are listening to you and like, I don't know what to do. Oh, you're right. Oh, I do spend, like, let me look at the amount of money I spend just getting DoorDash. Holy shit. That's actually a large percentage of my check. And how much would it be if I just went to the grocery store once a week and I got all my food for the week? Jesus Christ, I'd save $300.
Here's the reality. You don't get to have fun if you don't have a fully funded emergency fund. That's a basic reality. Only 60% of Americans can cover a $400 emergency, meaning 40% can't. That's $400.
So when you say emergency fund, like what do you consider an emergency fund?
So there's a debate between 3 months to 6 months of everything you need to live for a month. I'm on that 6 month side because, things like the pandemic and shutdowns, we're in that kind of world now. So we may as well go that full way, get a 6 month emergency fund that protects you in case of layoffs or just losing money or a medical emergency, whatever it may be. You got a lifeline. but that's basic. Like, that is so critical to life for like a sick pet or a broken car that if you don't have that, I don't want to see you in a drive-through. That can't be acceptable. Going on a vacation is not acceptable if you can't protect you and your family at the basic level. I'll give you a little bit of grace if you're not fully investing. Okay. But this is like basic survival shit. It needs to be just as critical as having like a first aid kit in the house because it's that serious. And that's what causes Americans to just fuck up their houses financially. An emergency happens, a layoff happens, and they're not ready. It's scary, and people are not ready.
I know, it's like that. The problem is hearing that with young people. It's like, that's boring.
It is.
You know,
I know.
They don't want to think that way. They just want to go have fun. They want to play video games. They want to go to the bar.
Which is fair. But a 6-month emergency fund isn't that crazy. It's not saving millions for retirement. Do that, then have some fun. Get to 3 months, then have a little bit of fun while you're saving to 6.
Yeah.
Just that. Or at least at a minimum be able to cover your highest insurance deductible or like a 1-month emergency fund. Have something. The fact that 40% don't have $400 set aside, not for a rainy day, for an actual emergency is terrifying.
Yeah. So now, what are your thoughts on crypto?
I like crypto. I have a small amount of Bitcoin in my portfolio. It's pretty good. 10% of Americans use it as an investment tool, so it's still pretty small for the overall American public. But I mean, I like it in general. Have we hit the full bubble and pullback? I wonder.
Well, it's the crypto outside of Bitcoin gets very odd, like meme coins, and you know, I'm heavily invested in Melania coin. I don't know about you.
No, not personally.
I'm kidding.
Not in my portfolio.
But there's like things like that where like, what's going on? Like who's putting their money into the Haktua coin?
Yes.
You know what I mean? It's like it's a very weird gambling thing we're doing.
Mm-hmm.
It's like a legal pyramid scheme.
Yes, exactly. And it's mostly just used by people for a get rich quick.
Real quick.
Like, I don't even know if she made money.
I think
Miss
she got fucked.
Haktua.
I think she got fucked. And her reputation got destroyed. Like, people hated her. They're angry at her afterwards. And
Yeah, she gets like 5,000 views a video now. It's pretty brutal.
I think she got sucked into this idea, you know, somehow or another that it was going to be okay. And like, the people that got sucked into the NFT thing. I remember, man, how many conversations did we have about NFTs where I was trying to get someone to explain it to me? Like, no one can explain this to me in a way that makes sense why I can get that same picture and put it on my phone and it's free. But you have that picture on your phone and you own it?
Yeah. And then it died in 6 months.
Right.
So.
But that was one where I was like, what are they trying to sell and how are so many people buying it?
Yeah.
Where if you can't explain to me what you're selling, but yet millions of dollars. I know a guy who made over $1 million in art NFTs.
Yeah. No, it's an actual thing. And I think what every single person that gets in every pump and dump thinks they're going to do is get the pump but not the dump.
Yeah.
They think they're going to be that exception.
Yeah.
They're not going to be. It's like day trading. Day trading's even better, and that's still only 85 or 15% win. Only
Really?
15% win day trading,
Really?
which is higher than you'd think, yeah.
Wait a minute. So 85% lose at day trading?
Yes, actual like day trading, like intraday trading, it's brutal.
Holy shit.
Those pump and dumps are even worse. But everyone's a special little snowflake. They think they're going to be the one. They're going to beat the system.
Yeah.
It doesn't work. But I think there's some good value in like Ethereum or Bitcoin. It's actually being utilized.
Aren't these meme coins also a good way to launder money?
Oh, well, launder, actually. That's interesting. I bet. I wouldn't be surprised.
So certainly distribute money to people.
Sure.
Like if you made a Caleb coin, and I said, what do you think? I got an idea. Why don't you and I collaborate? I'll finance your Caleb coin, and you dump out early, and you get all this money from it, and fuck all these other people that thought they were going to make money, and they're not going to anyway. And now you've got that money, and now we're going to work together to do something else. And
yeah. No,
you know,
it's crazy.
It's a way to move money around in a way that's not directly financially compensating someone, but yet you are.
And there's entire websites dedicated to the pump funds. I think it's like pump.fund.
Really?
Pump.fund, something like that. You can make a coin, you can invest in coin. It's all for pumps. But everyone thinks they're going to be a part of the pump, not the dump. It's crazy.
But this is the Wild West of unregulated currency.
Yeah.
And my fear is people are going to eventually wind up being stuck in a centralized digital currency that the government controls. And it's attached to a social credit score system and, you know.
Okay. That's scary.
That's a scary thought.
Further down a scary path.
Well, people have actually proposed that, saying that we need this to compete with China. I've heard this.
Really?
Yeah, I've heard this being proposed by politicians. It's quite terrifying because if they can turn your money off or on, if they have it, and turn your ability off or on to buy things, whether you can buy plane tickets or if you're problematic, you've done something that's crazy.
Yeah.
But that's where all this control goes to.
Sure.
It definitely goes to, like, what's the best way to control people? Completely eliminate their ability to spend money.
Well,
Lock
we'll
their money
still
up.
let people smoke meth on the trains.
You know, we have a racist system, Caleb, and a lot of these people have been victimized from the time they're young.
True.
Yeah. It's, you know, I've always said that if you want to make America great, really what you got to do is have less losers. So figure out what's going on, like why there's so many people that are homeless, why there's so many people that are locked into these crime-infested neighborhoods and gang-infested neighborhoods, and this cycle completes itself over and over again, decade after decade. Like, invest money in that. You want to make the world a better place? Fix all that. But there's no effort to do that whatsoever, and no politicians ever bring it up. It's never a discussion.
Yeah, and it's good to set up incentives in the system as well. So California is moral on a lot of things with their social programs. But because a lot of their social programs and everything they've set up and safety nets, they're 49th in unemployment. Like, it's not great. The incentive isn't there for people to go out.
Is that really what they are, 49th?
I think they were 50th until recently.
Oh, God.
Yeah. No, it's not great. But an incredible tech boom and whatnot. But when the incentives are, you know, easy to manipulate and take advantage of.
What percentage of people in California are unemployed?
I don't know.
Let's find that out. It's 48 now.
48. Moving
California is moving on up. 5.3%. But that's also 5.3% of people that are actively looking for jobs.
Exactly.
They drop off as soon as they stop looking for a job.
Which many of the young men are not. They're not doing anything.
And how are they making money?
I don't know. Parents. I don't know. It's pretty pathetic, I'll be honest.
Whew. You imagine if you're a fucking parent and you're in your 60s and your 40-year-old son is living at home with you?
No, I was pulling up some nerd stats before coming on here, and I was reading through Bureau of Labor Statistics or Gallup poll that 40% of people aged 18 to 29 regularly receive help from family and relatives.
Wow.
Which is an incredible percentage of that age group. That's scary.
Yeah.
Again, the incentive is like, I don't know. When I was 18, I'm not even that old. I'm 31. But when I was 18, I was so excited to go out there and be independent and be on my own. That was everything. I was so excited to make my way in this world.
Right.
I wouldn't want to leech. I wouldn't want to leech on any system. I'd want to, but maybe that's why I'm successful. I don't know. Maybe I am.
That definitely has a fact. It's a part of it. It's a factor.
But there's a lot of people that just do nothing and they're not looking for anything else. And I don't think we should support those who need help. I'm for robust social safety systems, people that become unemployed, people that need help getting food on the table for their family. That stuff is important. But if we are enabling bad behavior, it doesn't work. Exactly. And then we have a failed society because people aren't going and creating things. Luckily, we're not there yet, but I just don't want to head there.
Yeah, and the recognition of human nature is not cruelty. It's just you really can't help people all the time. They have to be able to help themselves. And one of the best motivating factors for helping yourself is desperation.
Yeah.
That people don't like to hear that, but that's true. If you bail people out every time, they're never going to bail themselves out, and that's just a fact.
Yeah.
You know, that doesn't mean that like a family that's on hard times, that's down on their luck, shouldn't get social safety nets. Of course they should. That's a big part of a community. A community should help its vulnerable people. It's a part of it. But you also have to teach people how to not be vulnerable. You know, I think that's a great part of what you provide.
How does this make any sense?
What does it say?
It's a...
California holds contrasting unemployment rankings depending on the metric. It ties for the highest unemployment rate in the nation, but places second overall for the best states to work due to strong wage policies and worker rights. But that's also probably why a lot of people are unemployed.
Yeah, it means those that get a job have it great. I mean, same thing happens in places like France where they have aggressive unemployment, but if you get a job there with the vacation policies and worker rights, it's like the best thing in the world. It's incredible. Like, even in Poland, which is one of the more capitalistic countries in the EU, if you get fired, they still got to let you work for them for a month or two.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Like, you have to let the employee you fired work for you for a couple of months still. Like, it's pretty brutal. So
they have to still show up?
Yeah, they still have to show up.
So when you get fired, you have a 2-month grace period?
Basically. Yeah.
Wow.
You get paid,
Imagine how bad that guy's going to perform when he has to get paid and he's there for 2 months and you have to deal with this disgruntled asshole kicking around the office.
Yeah. So that's what I'm talking about when I'm talking about performative policies. It's nice. It sounds good. I don't morally disagree with most of anything California does. All I care about is outcomes. But politicians don't get elected based on outcomes. They get elected based on what sounds good in an election cycle, what they can promise, the performative things they promise. Outcomes are never tracked. They're not what matters. That outcome is 48th in unemployment. That's the actual outcome. You were a little anti-California when I see clips, and you didn't even know it was 48th. Like, that is crazy.
Yeah.
Like, we should know that. But outcomes is not what's tracked here. We don't track that. It's not in our nature. It's not in the politician's nature either.
For us, every day is refreshing. Whether it's delivering an order to a friendly customer or setting up a new dispenser, we make staying hydrated effortless. High quality, great tasting water, convenient delivery, always refreshing.
What are you doing? We need to save time.
There.
What just happened?
I just saved time. By buying a car in Carvana. It was all online. Got pre-qualified instantly. Great terms. Save time and buy your car in Carvana.
Well, it's just such a problem with people that finance and talking about money and talking about jobs is just not sexy. They just don't enjoy it.
Yeah, for sure.
You know, and it's part of the reason why so many people are on these bad paths is that they don't have these thoughts in their head. They don't really understand. And I think that's one of the more important things about these conversations that you're having is that people do need to hear what the consequences are for fucking up, what the consequences, and that there's a path forward, that you can actually fix your fucking situation.
For everyone. We are so lenient in this country with our bankruptcy protection laws. It's crazy. We are... If there is a place to escape a bad financial situation you're in, the United States is pretty damn good.
Except for student loans.
Except for student loans. 11% of current federal student loans are under default. That's the biggest of any kind of debt category in the country. It's bad. And people don't understand the consequences. And you know what's so stupid? This is what pisses me off, because I have people talk to me about it all the time. They say the student loan system is fucked, and relatively it is, but they get why wrong. They say this is too expensive, I can't pay it, and if I don't pay it, then they're going to garnish my wages because it went into default. Brother, Republican Donald Trump signed in the big beautiful bill the repayment assistance program, which is different than the previous program, but that allows as little as 1% of your income, depending on your income situation, to qualify as the minimum monthly payment. 1%. You won't default. Do 1%. But they're complaining that it's too expensive. They're just not willing to look into the actual reality and just say, hey, get me on the repayment assistance program. They just want to be victims. Say it's all bad. It's all evil. It's not perfect. But they don't understand why. They complain about the wrong thing. What's wrong is we'll let you borrow whatever you want to get whatever bullshit degree at whatever college you want to go to. That's what's wrong. Every time we raise how much you can borrow for school, schools conveniently raise how much it costs to go to school. When it was cheap to go to school, when everyone's like, back in my day, it was cheap to go to school, you couldn't borrow money to go to school. It's set in line.
Right.
Why wouldn't they charge more for administrative bloat in creating, like Southern schools have, I think in Alabama, a freaking lazy river on their campus? It's a recruitment tool. They do that. If you can borrow more money, they will charge more money.
What does it say, Jimmy?
You can technically get your student loans discharged via bankruptcy. There's just a few different ways to do it.
But it's not automatic and takes extra steps and proof of undue hardship. What is that? How do they define undue hardship?
Well, you got to go to a judge.
So, like, maybe if you got paralyzed?
Honestly, it's going to be case by case, but I've looked it up a couple times, and it's not.
It's just difficult.
Yeah,
it's just
not impossible.
A trudge.
It's pretty rare, as far as I know.
Yeah, as far as I know as well. Listen, Caleb, I think what you provide is very valuable. I really do, and
Thank you, sir.
And then you've found like this new avenue where you're entertaining, but you're talking about finances and giving people like really good advice, like sound advice. And if you don't follow your advice, like people are going to continue down the same fucking shitty road and their life will be ruined. And I think it's awesome that you do that. And it's awesome that you figured out a way to do it and make it entertaining and fun.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
So my pleasure. Thank you. And thanks for being here. And one more time, your app. Tell everybody.
Dollarwise. Download it on the App Store.
From the App Store, Android as well, it's on everything. Yeah. And your YouTube channel is?
Caleb Hammer.
Just straight up. And then Instagram, all that stuff.
All that good stuff.
All right. Thanks, sir. It was fun. Bye, everybody.
I run a podcast solo. No producer, no editor, no tech skills, just Riverside. I get high quality podcast recordings right from my room. And I'm not even using expensive.
Joe Rogan Podcast, check it out.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
Train by day, Joe Rogan Podcast by night, all day.
What's up? What's going on? What's happening?
Chaos. I love it.
Everything.
Yeah. The world's crazy.
The center of the storm.
Oh
I think the world's back at war today again, like officially, right? I don't think that agreement with Iran lasted at all.
Which one?
I think there was bombings today in Lebanon, and I think there's bombings today in American bases. I try to not pay attention, dude. I really do.
Yeah.
I try to distract myself with science stuff and space. I was watching this documentary yesterday on how they make chips, like how they make like semiconductor chips. Dude, this fucking machine that they use. I'm going to send you this, Jamie, because it's bananas. It's like one of the most complex machines in the world. And this machine they use to make semiconductors, make chips. And they were explaining the process of making these chips, how fucking nuts it is, man. The amount of atoms that are stacked on and like the way they do it to make these like super complex high-end chips. There's people out there, Tony, that are doing things way different than us. Okay?
Yeah,
We're out like there talking about sucking dicks and people shitting themselves. And what's going on in other parts of the world is people are doing science fiction. Like they're actually doing science fiction. Here it is. Give me a second. I like to save things. Here it is. The world's most important machine.
It's an hour long?
Yes. Did you find it?
Yeah, it's an hour long.
Yeah, but just go to there's some animation where they show how they make these things. Like, it was right where you were at.
This is right at the beginning.
Yeah, okay. Oh, okay, so they're just showing some of the different aspects of how these things are made. Look, go back to where that guy had the laser beam. That's perfect, actually, where that guy had the laser beam. So this is him explaining this. So look at this. Back it up a little bit and give me some volume. Can you back it up a little bit, please?
We want to introduce it to you with a thought experiment. Imagine you are shrunk down to the size of an ant. And you're given a laser that's strong enough to melt through metal like butter. Next, a tiny droplet of molten tin, roughly the size of a white blood cell, is shot out in front of you around 250 kilometers per hour. And your task is to hit this not once, not twice, but 3 times in a row in 20 microseconds with your little laser. Well, that is exactly what this machine does. It hits one tiny tin droplet 3 times in a row, heating each one up to over 220,000 Kelvin. That's roughly 40 times hotter than the surface of the sun. And it doesn't just hit one droplet. It hits 50,000 droplets every single second.
How often do you miss a laser shot?
We don't miss them.
What? You do 150,000 laser shots a second and you don't miss one?
Exactly.
The same machine also contains mirrors that might just be the smoothest objects in the universe. If you scale one up to the size of the Earth, then the largest bump would be no thicker than a playing card.
What
on top
the
of that,
fuck?
it is able to overlay one layer of a chip perfectly on top of another and never be off by more than 5 atoms. And this is all happening while parts of the machine whip around at accelerations of over 20 Gs. For 30 years, almost everyone thought that actually building this machine was impossible. And yet, it exists. There is only one company in the world that can make it. So what is this company? And what is this impossible machine they've built? This video is...
That's it.
Wow.
Yeah.
What are they doing with that?
All computers, like computer chips that are getting better and better and better. All these AI chips. This is how they make them.
One interesting thing I can just add, I know when they make those, they make like a big sheet of chips, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Like there'll be like 30 or 50 on them. They'll test each one, and the ones that are the best, like test out like 1 out of 100. The ones that are like closest to 100 become like the i9 chip. And if it's like 85 out of 100, it becomes like the i7 chip.
Oh,
so they all come
really?
off the same sheet. So it's like the best ones become the best chips. They sell them for the most money. And the next ones down are just a little degraded.
No kidding. Interesting. So there was that issue with that Samsung chip factory, and it was about they weren't getting the results that they wanted. So it's probably they were getting more of the shitty chips, and not enough of the perfect chips.
Yeah, they want really high-end chips, and they're really,
you can
really
smoke.
hard
We
to
have
make.
a fan in here, dude.
Sweet.
Yeah. I mean,
we finally moved from California to Connecticut, and it was the best decision we ever made, except for one thing. I'll get to that part in a second because it almost ruined everything. But first, we left Los Angeles last August, and the change was immediate. $3,800 a month for a 2-bedroom apartment in Silver Lake. Now, we've got a bigger place in Hartford for a fraction of that. An actual house with a yard, a driveway, space to breathe, groceries cheaper, gas cheaper. My wife landed a job offer right here in Hartford, and the salary stretches in ways Los Angeles never allowed. Neighbors brought food the first week. In Silver Lake, we lived next to the same people for 4 years, and I couldn't tell you their names. Everyone told us we'd regret leaving California. Honestly, we've never been happier, except for one thing. And it's so ridiculous. I sat there for a full minute just staring at my phone in disbelief. It's the car insurance rate here. Absurd. In California, I was paying $312 a month for 2 cars.
Brutal.
But California brutal, meaning you've just accepted it as the cost of...
Imagine if everybody died and it was just us in this room and there was like 3 late, well, it'd be more than that. We'd have to have more people. Otherwise, we're going to fuck up the gene pool. We're all going to look like the English royals. We probably need a few thousand people. We need a few thousand people, like regular people, like you and I that don't know shit about how these things work.
Yeah.
How much time would we need if we repopulated the earth with what we know? Basically, you're starting out like a fucking... like a half-assed prepper, you know, like someone who's on an episode of Lost, you know, like one of those plane crash people trying to figure out how to survive out there. You're fucked.
Oh, yeah.
You're not inventing that. How long is it going to take?
Infinity.
And how many people have to pave the way? This is the thing. For every one of these people that makes an invention like this, you're making this on the back of thousands and thousands and thousands of fucking super geniuses that have figured out each and every step of the way that can lead you to thinking, is this possible that we could do this next? You know, they all build on each other. So you need all these guys, and hopefully they don't get any pussy because otherwise they're going to get distracted.
Yeah.
You know, I bet if one of them gets a hot wife, like one of their patents kicks and they start making bank, and then all of a sudden he shows up for work in a Ferrari, and next, you know, he's got a hot wife. Everybody's like, oh, my God.
Yeah. Civilization just went back 100, 200 years.
We're going to lose Tim.
Yeah.
Tim's taking Adderall, coding 18 hours a day, trying to figure out how to get us to Mars. Actually, that's a bad point because Elon clearly gets pussy and doesn't seem to be affecting him at all.
I think Elon's different.
He's definitely different.
Yeah. I think some people are different.
It's fascinating how many people want to find flaws in what he's doing instead of just looking at this like, wow, this is an extraordinary time to be alive. But it's because of this narrative that people have. One of them, the big one, is this U.S. aid is killing people narrative, that people have died because of U.S. aid. And then a bunch of people have given examples of how them cutting the funding has led to the end of certain people's lives, like where they were in hospitals that didn't have any funding. And there's a lot of that you could point to say, right, if they had the money, they would have had the funding and they would have had that equipment in place, or maybe they wouldn't have. But here's the other thing. That's not discounting the fact that a lot of that money is fraud.
Yeah.
A lot of it. Like, it's not a little amount. And the idea that you should let it go on because it's going to save lives and there's a bunch of people that are stealing money. Okay, I see that argument. But why are we sending them money in the first place? Like, did we do something to them? Do we owe them money? No? Right. Okay, we're just being nice? Are you sure we're just being nice? Is there anybody profiting off of us being nice? Because usually just being nice for no reason and just giving tax money away for no reason, I don't think they do that. I don't think that's real. I used to think that was real. I used to think that charity was real. And now I look at it, I go, oh, no. This is a giant scam that's wrapped up in virtue. It's wrapped up in a nice, cozy blanket of being kind and compassionate and virtuous and doing good things for people all around the world. I think a lot of people get involved in those things because that's what they think. We're going to do good things around the world. They're good people. I really believe that. And then they find out how it really works. And then they get stuck in that system, and then they're making their way up their, air quotes, corporate ladder to the point where some of them are making $1 million a year. And you're like, what is this?
Yeah.
What is this? This is a business. This isn't really charity. Most of the money is going to your employees and your overhead and why do you have such a big building? Like, what are you doing?
Right.
How come you're not just funneling the money to these people?
Exactly.
Like the LA Fire Aid.
Yeah.
Great example. Spencer Pratt told me, what number did he say of nonprofits got that money? So over $100 million gets raised. I don't know the exact total. All of it goes to these different nonprofits. I think he said 200 different nonprofits got the money.
Yeah.
So, and then what happens to that? Well, they just pay their employees. They pay overhead. They pay their rent on fucking nice office on wherever they live.
Mm-hmm.
Fuck, man. It's so disheartening because so that's what all that stuff is. And it's also, if you listen to it when Mike Benz has been on my podcast a few times and explains USAID, people think of it as aid. You think of it as, oh, we're helping the world, which is great, right? But it's not that. It's the Agency for International Development. And it involves funding rap bands overseas that are the subversive rap bands that are supposed to excite people to take over the government. There's like a bunch of like weird shit. It funds rebels. It funds newspapers. And what was he talking about? Like there was a lot of it like funding rap music. Like, this is crazy. People have long said that rap music, even though, listen, you love hip-hop. I know you just got back from Kanye West. I'm a huge hip-hop fan.
We got to talk about that at some point.
We definitely do. I love hip-hop. But there's some people that believe that gangsta rap in particular, when it came about in the 1980s, was a part of the push to popularize it and produce it, was a part of the government, some faction of the government, some intelligence agencies wanting to create more crime, wanting to fill more private prisons, wanting to erode the fabric of society so they could push for more laws to keep you safer. This is like one of the most tinfoil-y of tinfoil hat conspiracies. But people are pointing out that right now is like one of the rare times where no rap music is on the charts.
Yeah.
And they're saying, well, how does this coincide with USAID? Was USAID like actively promoting rap music? Was that one of the reasons why rap music was so popular? Mm-hmm. Is that real? That can't be real.
Maybe back in the day. It seems like that would be more manipulative. I don't see how.
I believed that until I heard mumble rap. And I'm like, this is not real. This is trying to make people stupid.
Yeah.
There's something about this, you know.
Right.
So, and obviously some artists are better at it than others. Some of them are fun, the way they do it. But I'm saying there's a giant chunk of them that are inaudible. Mm-hmm. You don't know what they're like. Who's into this?
Oh, almost all of them are inaudible.
Like, what's going on there? Imagine if that was it. It was like people heard Nas and like, this guy's too smart. We got to dumb it down a little.
Right.
We got to promote some people that can barely talk.
Yeah.
We got to promote some people that are on cough syrup, apparently.
Yeah.
That's the thing. Have you ever done that cough syrup?
No.
They seem to love it.
Yeah.
A lot of dudes who are into that cough syrup, man, they swear by it.
It's crazy. It's got to be fun. It's got to be enjoyable.
Is it codeine? Is that what they're doing?
I think so.
Have you done it, Jamie? Bro, we talked about this before, but I remember back in the 90s, I got a hold of some NyQuil, the real NyQuil. Like, I guess they changed the formula for NyQuil, and I had, whatever, the flu or something, and I took some NyQuil, and I was laying in bed, and I was like, this is wonderful.
Yeah.
It was wonderful. Like, just the warmth, the softness of the pillows and the warmth of the bed with the covers over me, I'm like, oh, this is wonderful.
Yeah.
And I remember thinking, ooh, this is dangerous.
Oh, yeah.
Like, this is a dangerous feeling, because if your life was shit and you found that, like, that's better than anything else that's happening in your life.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
you can get it at CVS. son.
Crazy.
What was in the old NyQuil before they switched it?
I avoid that stuff like the plague. I'm afraid of medicine.
So this stuff probably was like sitting in my house if I took it. So it might have even been older than 97 or 98, whenever this was that I was sick. But I'll never forget it. Because I never forget, like, getting scared. Like, I could love this. Like, I could just drink this during the day and just, like, sit on my back porch if I have the day off.
Yeah.
Just get obliterated with NyQuil and just enjoy the universe.
I told you about that time I took a half of the pain pill that the dentist gave me for my wisdom tooth. I was like, oh, fuck, this is life-changing.
It says the earliest NyQuil formula include ephedrine, which is a decongestant, doxylamine succinate, which is an antihistamine, acetaminophen, dextromethorphan, cough suppressant, and about 25% alcohol. Oh, I was getting drunk too.
Mm-hmm.
Wow. What changed in the mid-2000s after the combat methamphetamine? There it is. They removed pseudoephedrine. So was that the stuff? So it wasn't codeine. But is there? I think there is NyQuil with codeine, though, right? What I had was pretty good. I don't think it was as simple.
Yeah, you had the stuff they could make meth out of or whatever.
Yeah. Okay, we'll put it in Perplexity. And Perplexity says, in the mid-2000s, NyQuil brands sold in the U.S. do not contain codeine, and there's never been a standard Vicks NyQuil with codeine in its active ingredient lineup. Typical NyQuil form. So codeine, so does any cough syrup have codeine in it?
That's what lean is. That's what you guys were talking about before.
They add it? Or is it just prescription cough syrup?
That was the whole thing about it.
Maybe I am fucking up my memory, and maybe it wasn't NyQuil. Because whatever it was, it seemed like
you get fucked up off NyQuil. But you have to drink like the whole bottle. You get NyQuil. Like, just get fucked up.
I definitely didn't drink the whole bottle. I know I took a dose, like a strong dose.
Yeah, that means you're just getting fucked up off 25% alcohol and a little bit of
maybe
a little bit of side meth.
See, the thing is, it's so long ago, I can't remember. I say NyQuil because it's like saying Q-tips, or Kleenex, just because it's tissues or ear swabs. I don't know if it was NyQuil, but it was cough syrup, whatever the fuck it was. And I felt wonderful. And I remember thinking, like, this could be a real problem. Mm-hmm. Like that one day in bed, because I'm always scared of stuff like that. I'm always scared to I knew too many people when I was growing up that got hooked on stuff.
Yeah.
And it just derailed their life. So lying in bed, I was like, ooh, you can't do this again. No more of this.
Right.
I like it.
Yeah. Yeah.
I got a knee surgery once. They gave me morphine. They made morphine in a drip. Mm-hmm. And they say that you can only hit that button so many times it stops giving to you.
Yeah.
But every time you feel pain, you can just hit the button. Because I was on like a perpetual motion machine.
Yeah.
So my legs going, and I'm just this bang, 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 bang. Wee.
Yeah.
This episode is brought to you by ZipRecruiter. We all like to find ways to save ourselves some time, like ordering out for dinner or meal prepping so you don't have to cook during the week. If you're a business owner looking to hire, a great time-saving hack is ZipRecruiter. Its newest feature lets you meet the most interested, qualified candidates first. Try it out free at ZipRecruiter.com/Rogan. And it doesn't just let you meet candidates faster. You can hear why they're interested in their own words. Save time and meet great candidates sooner with ZipRecruiter. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/Rogan. That's ZipRecruiter.com/Rogan. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
The closest I come to that, because I've never had like a serious surgery or anything, but I go to this, they have a dental office here in Austin called the Austin Dental Spa. So their whole thing is like a luxurious dental experience. And they will hook you up to Laughing Gas, and they let you, like, if they're like, you want a little more? And I'm like, okay, yeah. And that's like the closest I get to it is once every 6 months or so I go there, and dude, I'm always excited about this fucking experience. It is so awesome.
Do you ever come up with bits after doing Laughing Gas?
No,
Does it
but
give you any ideas?
No, but during the thing, it makes me weirdly honest. You ever seen in Kill Bill when he shoots her in the knee with the honest gun because he was a chemist for like a living? It's his secret job. So he comes up with this truth serum, and I've noticed that it makes me like weirdly very honest. So one time when I was in the dental office, the guy's doing whatever, and I'm like, and I'm jacked on Laughing Gas because it's not really, you're not really like cracking up. You're just like in heaven, and you're like, it's kind of smiling ear to ear. And I remember going like, how long did you go to school for dental school? And he's like, whatever the answer is, like 8 years. And I'm like, did you ever think about going longer and becoming a real doctor? And then I realized, like, kind of in the moment, even though I was fucked up, like that sounds mean. But I think they're totally used to it. I think they know that Laughing Gas makes people fucking...
I bet they're not used to that, dude. That's so mean.
It's not supposed to... That's what I'm saying, is it's like a dangerously...
A real doctor.
A dangerous truth serum.
Some people want to be dentists.
Yeah.
We need them, too.
Yeah.
You know?
Crazy gig.
Yeah.
It's a weird one.
Oh, pipi lasagna! Ah.
Summon same-day Wi-Fi for instant online magic and lock in your price for 5 years.
Hey,
Xfinity. Imagine that. And see Minions and Monsters only in theaters. Rated PG.
Think safety. Think Grainger. For trusted products to lock, anchor, contain, and protect. Grainger. Call, click, or just stop by.